I'm confident as seasons change, your faithfulness remains. You go before to prepare the blessing. You made a way. It's more than I could imagine, more than I can fathom. What's comprehend? Lord, mountains, I'm so glad that you stay the same. Hey, in valleys low, oh yeah, you never change. Sing it out. And I'm believing that I will see. God of my present, God of my future, you write my story, you hold it all together. You write my story, you hold it all together. God of my present, and you are God of my future, you still write my story. Yeah, you hold it all. I'm still gonna see it. God of my present, God of my future. Sing it out. You write my the author and the finisher. You are God of my, and you still are. You're not caught by surprise. You write my, yeah. You hold one more time. Say you are God of my, and you're still writing. Yeah. God of my future. You are my story. Yeah. You hold it all together. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you are. You hold it all together. Hallelujah. You hold it all together. In my hands it falls apart, but you hold it all. In my hands I fall apart, but you hold it. My past, my present, my future, you hold. that I will see the good. Your goodness doesn't change. I'm confident as see your faithful. Your faithfulness, your faithful. Great is thy faithfulness, your faithful. Morning by morning, new mercies. Morning by morning, your faithful. All I have needed, your hand has provided your faith. All I have needed, your hand, you have provided. You have provided. You're faithful. You are the Alpha and your Omega. You're in the middle. You hold it all together. You are the Alpha. You are the Alpha. But you're not just at the beginning. But you're not just at the end. You're right here in the middle. You're not just at the beginning. And you're not just watching from the end. But you're walking with me in the middle. You're walking with me in the middle. You're the God of the middle. You're Jehovah in the middle. You're provider in the middle. You are healer in the middle. You're a keeper in the middle. Hey, you are the Alpha and you're Omega. You do. My hands and bones apart. The whole world. You got the whole world. You hold it up. This is in your story. It's in your plan. You hold. Oh, one more time. I believe that I will see goodness of the Lord. One thing I'm sure about, I'm confident that I see the change. You know you serve a faithful king. Would you lift up a shout of praise on those words tonight? He's faithful. Come on, he's faithful. He's faithful. He's faithful. He's faithful. He's faithful. He doesn't change. He's consistent. He doesn't change. He's consistent.
Yes, may I request our participants seated in that row to really come and occupy this row? Kindly. Yes, and as you also do that, I'm humbly requesting everyone in the room to ensure that our phones are in the silent mode. Do not switch them off because I know you're going to require them as you support the tweets. But what I need is, I humbly request you to ensure that all your phones are in the silent mode. Yes, permit me to officially welcome you to the launch of the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program, a learning initiative. And I would like to humbly request the following people for our first session to rightly take up their seats. And I'm going to request Professor Umar Kakumba to lead the chief guest to the podium. So we have seats reserved here at the podium. I'm humbly requesting the following people to take up their seats. Professor Umar Kakumba, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs. The two principal investigators of the program, that's Professor Paul Birevu Muyinda and Professor Justine Namaalwa. Our chief guests, Professor Mary Okwakwol, Executive Director, National Council for Higher Education. Yes, as that is going on, I take this opportunity to recognize a few people in the room. We have the principal, College of Education and External Studies, Professor Anthony Mugaga. We have the principal, College of Humanities and Social Sciences, Professor Josephine Ahikile. The principal, College of Computing and Information Sciences, Professor Tony Oyana. Professor Joki Nyakana, Director, Makerere University, Jinja Campus. You're welcome. We also have university management members. We have the academic registrar, Mr. Alfred Masiche Namaalwa. The Dean of Students, Mrs. Winnie Fred Kavumbuli. the Manager Procurement and Disposal Unit, Mr. Paul Agaba, the Deputy University Secretary, Mr. Chizito, and then I'll keep on doing it at intervals, but may I also, in a very special way, request all the members of the project implementation team, Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program, to kindly stand and just wave to our guest of honor. Yes, those are the members of the project implementation team, Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program at Makerere University. We would like to start officially, but before we start, permit me so that we all know who is seated here and facing us. We are delighted to have a sign language interpreter. For the first phase is Maureen Namaalwa. I don't know how you're going to do it, but maybe you could wave. Yes, and I didn't see the audience waving, maybe kindly wave. All right, okay, and then it's a team. We also have another sign language interpreter. They'll be doing it in phases. Mr. Michael Jagwe, you could also stand up. Okay, he'll join us later, but there are two people. Next, we have Professor Justine Namaalwa. She needs no introduction, but she's the MCF Scholars Program, e-learning initiative co-focal person. And we have Professor Paul Birevu Muyinda, Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program, e-learning initiative coordinator. Next, we have our very own, that is our guest of honor, Professor Mary Okakwol, Executive Director, National Council for Higher Education. A very central figure when we talk about higher education institutions in Uganda and worldwide. Then we have Professor Umar Kakumba, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, and he also doubles as the Chairperson Steering Committee, Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program, e-learning initiative. Yes, to all our members physically present, this is Makerere University Yusuf Lule Central Teaching Facility Auditorium. We welcome you. We also welcome all the participants online. It's time for us to witness the launch of the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program, e-learning initiative at Makerere University. May I request all of us to rise for the anthems? In line with our program, we'll have the national anthem, the East African anthem, and Makerere University anthem.
Oh, you God, darling, God of glory, we lay our future in thy hands. United, free for liberty, together we'll always stand. Twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya.
njia yetu.
All right, let us take our seats. It's always important that you know the person next to you. So in a minute, kindly turn to your neighbor, get to know his or her name and position with a smile, and welcome your neighbor to the launch of the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program, e-learning initiative at Makerere University, right? And if you realize that your neighbor is not so sure whether they are at the right place, please assure him or her that we are at the right place. Makerere University Yusuf Lule Central Teaching Facility Auditorium, and we are to witness the launch of the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program e-learning initiative, right? At some point, you will have to sort of rise and introduce your neighbor to me. I'll do it tactfully and I'll have a big reward. Thank you very much. We've also been honored to be joined by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe. You're most welcome. I think louder than that. Yes, thank you so much. May I take this opportunity to invite a very intelligent person who really knows why we are here. For me, I've just been trying to set the pace. This is the team that spent sleepless nights, or if you've heard about intense and long nights, but they remained sober and they remained intelligent and they are full of wisdom. But it is the team that we managed, that Makerere University managed to win the $2 million US. And that's why you see they are seated here, where the rest of us are seated that side. A befitting hand clap, please. Yes, Professor Paul Birevu Muyinda, you're welcome. Kindly come and talk to us what this journey meant as we come here today to witness the launch of the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program e-learning initiative. Thank you so much. And after your remarks, you'll ably invite Professor Justine Namaalwa to speak to us.
Thank you very much, our dear MC this morning. Good morning, everyone. Our chief guest, the Executive Director of the National Council for Higher Education, Professor Mary Okwakol, our Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, Professor Umar Kakumba, members of University Management, my dear panelists that are already here, program coordinators, our students, the university community, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is always a joyous moment to meet at an event like this one when we are celebrating success. The MC has already said that we burn sleepless nights or midnight candles to come up with this. Sometimes we do burn these candles and we come out with nothing. But this time we came out with something. The COVID-19 pandemic led to the closure of education institutions in Uganda and many other countries. So Makerere University was not spared. And so to support learning continuity, the Mastercard Foundation sought to support her scholars in the scholars program. However, in the foundation's wisdom, this meant very little because they could not support only the scholars in isolation. So to continue learning or permit learning continuity, Mastercard Foundation found it right and fitting to support the whole ecosystem of the university so that the scholars are within the university system and they can all be supported with other learners. And I guess that other learners here can be able to clap for that because Mastercard did not only want to support the students that they support here, but they wanted to support everyone on the program. So through the Scholars Program, Mastercard Foundation asked each of the 19 universities within the Scholars Program to nominate what they called a Mastercard Foundation e-learning focal point. And I'm happy to note that, or to report that the chairperson of the steering committee of the Mastercard Scholars Program, Professor Umar Kakumba, who is also the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, saw it fit that I could be the one to be nominated for that particular position, the Mastercard e-learning focal point of Makerere University. So the DVC and chair of the steering committee nominated me and sent my name to Mastercard Foundation. Mastercard Foundation accordingly appointed me as the Makerere University e-learning focal point. And I'm happy to the Mastercard Foundation for that gesture and confidence in me. Thank you so much, Mastercard Foundation. Having nominated focal point persons from different scholars programs in the whole world, 19 of them, the foundation mobilized us as focal points to have several meetings of engagement, trying to engage to see how we can be able to support our universities amidst the lockdowns. Because at that time, it was in May 2020, when we were under full lockdown, and we were working virtually from home and also sometimes from office. And so Mastercard decided to put us together, to put our heads together to discuss what we can do for our universities and to come up with the most critical challenges that were actually hampering learning continuity. And so the 19 focal points came up with a number of issues that they felt Mastercard could be able to support us in. And the key critical issues, we came up with many, but the key critical issues that we discovered within Africa were that we lacked capacity for instructional design and online pedagogy. As universities, we did not have instructional designers. We did not also have capacity enough capacity to teach using technology or online pedagogy. It was also found out that we lacked well instructionally designed blended learning courses. It was discovered that all the universities had migrated to emergency, open, distance, and e-learning, and that the content that had been put on the learning management system was just for emergency. It was not that content which is supposed to be for an online or blended learning course. And therefore, we needed to develop these courses so that they are pedagogically sound and can be able to cultivate learning. We also came up with another challenge that institutions lacked the infrastructure to support the e-learning ecosystem. And so we asked the Mastercard Foundation to be able to support us in those areas, among other areas. There were many other areas, but for the start, in what we call phase one, this is what we gave to Mastercard. And Mastercard Foundation went back and developed a call around these areas, a call for proposals. So the call for proposals came within what they called two work streams. The first work stream was called work stream A, and this is the work stream for training champions, training kind of trainers of trainers at these institutions. Work stream A, that is the training of champions in online instruction design and performance improvement. And work stream B was on developing of pedagogically sound e-courses, so that we build the capacity of staff to be able to teach online or to teach in a blended way, and also be able to have sound pedagogical courses running on the learning management systems of our universities. I can report that among the 19 focal points, only 10 were able to respond to the calls. Others could not. I don't know what happened, but they were not able to respond to the call. And Makerere University was one of the, actually was the second to be able to be granted. The rest of the universities are still in the granting process because they have not been able to submit what they call quality proposals that can be awarded grants. So we thank the team here that was able to develop these proposals. Chief guest, Vice Chancellor, and members present here, I have said that we participated in phase one. That means that Mastercard has other phases. In fact, we've been told Mastercard has a 10-year program for supporting blended online and e-learning in the scholars program. So once we do this one well, then we can get some more funding to do other phases, because we identified many areas. So the task was then left to the focal point to write competitive proposals to win boundless monies. I say boundless because they never gave us, unlike other proposals or calls, they tell you, you cannot go beyond this much. For us, it was an open check. We were supposed to write a proposal to meet these needs, and it was up to us to determine how much we needed. And so for us, we wrote a proposal that was worth about $2 million. And so we submitted these proposals. And as we submitted the proposals, Mastercard Foundation came into partnership with Arizona State University in America and then United States University in Kenya to develop the capacity in Workstream A. So we were writing the proposal as we were undertaking training. So Makerere University requested Mastercard Foundation to train 32 e-learning champions. However, Mastercard indicated that due to the demand from other universities, they could only give us slots for 15 people. And so the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, nominated the 15 people, whereby all the staff, all the academic staff of the IODeL, that number 10, were part of this, and then 5 other staff. Vice Chancellor and Chief Guest, our Director Quality Assurance, Professor Sarah Chiguli, was also one of the champions. And these champions, the 15 champions, have successfully finished a 15-month training course, 15 months in online instruction design and performance improvement. Their certificates are here today, and I will request that the certificates be handed over to these e-learning champions. Chief Guest, Vice Chancellor and guests present here, I am happy to report that the 15 champions really braved a very hectic program amidst other programs within the university in these 15 months to be able to succeed. It was not easy, but these guys had to brave this assignment. These guys during weekends, actually they never had weekends, they never had public holidays, and they were able to complete. So I am privileged to report to you, Chief Guest, Vice Chancellor and guests, that we are having the most highly qualified persons in online instruction design and online pedagogy at the IODeL in Africa. And I can say even in the world, because what we are doing is comparable to even other universities, Harvard and all those other universities, because we've had one of the best trainings one can ever talk about in online design and online pedagogy. So it is up to Makerere University in particular, and the government and the country in general, to make use of these persons to transform the terrain of online, blended, distance and e-learning education in the country, because we have them, they are so sharp, they are so fresh. So it is at this moment that the country and Makerere University should make use of these people. If we leave them and they rust, then we shall be able to slide back and we will not benefit from the Mastercard Foundation's initiative. Yeah, so I want to note that during the development of this proposal, our DVC, Academic Affairs, is such a busy person, but we were able to sit with him in several meetings, long day meetings, developing this proposal together. One time we had a meeting in Hotel Africana, one time we were having virtual meetings, but he was there to develop this proposal with us. So members, I want you to put your hands together to clap for. So this proposal, I said, has won us exactly, I want to read the exact figures, 2,020,179, you know, it's a lot of money that it's very difficult to read. But let me say it is $2 million to implement or to develop 2,560 e-courses across the entire university, and also to set up multimedia studios. As the co-author, the DVC will be able to tell you. We are going also to set up some infrastructure in different colleges. So I want to therefore take this opportunity as I conclude to thank the following persons for contributing to the development of this Mastercard e-learning initiative. First, I want to thank the Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe. Though we were not with you in Hotel Africana writing this proposal, but you kept on attending the Vice Chancellor's meetings and assuring Mastercard Foundation that we have a very competent team that can be able to write this grant and be able to implement. That was very good of you, because it is the confidence that you built within us and within Mastercard Foundation that enabled us to get this money. And also, of course, Mastercard being a very serious funder and an important funder in the university, you had to answer many, many questions before the grant was awarded, because actually Makerere University was waiting for this grant and the grant was not coming as we were writing. So many people thought that we had already received the grant. But so the Vice Chancellor had to shoulder so many questions, asking him, why didn't we declare this grant? Yet we were just still writing. So Vice Chancellor, thank you so much for standing with us in this endeavor. I have already talked about the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, who was with us in the writing process, the real kitchen of the writing process. Of course, the Director of the Institute of Open Distance and E-Learning, who is myself, who coordinated the writing with other members. Professor Justine Namaalwa. When you talk about Mastercard Foundation, that is the encyclopedia of Mastercard Foundation in Makerere University. We had to look for her in ask her about every trick of how to win a Mastercard grant. And indeed, if Mastercard calls for any grant, Mastercard Foundation, if you don't go through Namaalwa, Justine, Professor, it will be very difficult for you to put across a very correct proposal. So there are so many technical things that we didn't know, but with her, we were able to do that. And she participated so ardently in the writing, in the budget formulation, in everything. Dr. Godfrey Muyinda, where are you? Dr. Godfrey Muyinda is an e-learning man, and as you know, he's the one actually streaming this event live. If you want any streaming event that cannot go wrong anywhere in the country, whether in the health summit at Munyonyo, whether in State House, everywhere, it is Dr. Godfrey Muyinda in the country. Because of the training we have received from Arizona State University in multimedia production, in online instruction design, in online pedagogy, the expertise is at the IODeL. And Godfrey Muyinda and his multimedia team is there. So the multimedia studios that we are going to set up are going to benefit so immensely from the expertise that we already have. Mr. Richard Kajumbla, yes, when you give that man an assignment, he cannot sleep. So he's a Mastercard e-learning champion at Makerere University, and all of you who participated in the trainings for uplifting our university during COVID-19, Richard Kajumbla and group were part. Dr. Harriet Najemba, where are you? Yes. These are the gurus of online pedagogy, instruction design in the IODeL. All the IODeL team members, where are you? All the champions, e-learning champions, where are you? Can you stand up? Those are the e-learning champion, Vice Chancellor and Chief Guest that the country should be able to tap into immediately without losing any of them. Mr. Mugabe Samuel, Director Dix, this proposal or this grant has the technical component and the pedagogy component. So the technical component is directly being coordinated by Dix. Mr. Tono Luka, these could be online because these are they online? I think they're online. Juma Katongole, Miss Jolie Okumu. These are all technical people that were supporting us. Mr. John Osuna and many other support staff that we worked with. They really supported us so much, and they are continuing to support us. And now they have transformed into what we call a project implementation team for the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program e-learning initiative. And we are banking on you to see to it that this project is successful. The project is quite a short project. So burning $2 million within a period of 14 months is not an easy thing when you are following the guidelines that are supposed to be there, that you are supposed to follow. But this team, Chief Guest, Vice Chancellor, DVCA, and other guests here present, is going to deliver. We promise we are going to deliver because we've been there and we are going to be there. So thank you so much, Mastercard Foundation, for your generous support to Makerere University. May I now request my co-PI, Professor Justine Namaalwa, to come and add on. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Paul. Allow me to stand on the protocol that has already been observed. A very good morning to you all. I bring greetings from the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program. Paul has been mentioning a lot about Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program. I want to use the next 7 minutes or so to bring everybody on board about this Scholars Program and why we are here today. This program, Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program, envisions a transformative network of young people and institutions driving inclusive and equitable socioeconomic change in Africa. The idea of the Mastercard Scholars Program, interestingly, was born in Uganda. This was in the year 2009, when 3 people from Mastercard Foundation visited Uganda. They were on a trip organized by BRAC Uganda. By then, BRAC Uganda was a partner of Mastercard Foundation. So they came in here to see a little bit about Uganda and Africa at large. They were hosted to a girls' club in northern Uganda, where girls could meet and talk about their future, their challenges as girls or as women. During that engagement, this team of 3 kept on asking these young girls, where do you see yourselves in the next 3, 4, 5 years? And without exception, they all wanted to have education. But apparently, many of them were not in school, but they knew that education is the light to life. These young girls wanted to have education, but the socioeconomic circumstances continuously faded their dream. The experience of these 3 persons of Mastercard Foundation did not end in northern Uganda. They continued to tour Africa, and wherever they went, the story repeated. The same story over and over again. These experiences triggered a collective empathetic statement, right now used by Mastercard Foundation, where they say, education is a unique opportunity in life. No matter where you started from, no matter where you are today, everyone deserves this opportunity of education. It is on this premise that the Scholars Program was then initiated to identify young people from all over the world or from Africa, especially those in rural areas who are so deserving of quality education, but we are constrained by inherent economic barriers. The program then purposed to remove those barriers, since they had believed that economic challenges have no correlation with intelligence and creativity. From that moment, the program committed to enable access to quality education for young males and females from vulnerable communities. The program was launched in 2012, and by this date, it has supported up to 42,000 young men and women to pursue secondary or tertiary education. Ladies and gentlemen, Makerere University is proud to have been one of the first partners with Mastercard Foundation. While the project was launched, the program was launched in 2012, Makerere University went into partnership with Mastercard Foundation in 2013. And then we launched our phase 1 of the Scholars Program. This program targeted to support 1,000 young men and women, of whom 80% were supposed to be women. This is a very interesting scholarship, what we call a comprehensive scholarship, offering financial and wrap-up support. When we talk about financial, think about yourself as a parent. Whatever you'd wish to give to your son or daughter when they are going to school, from tuition, accommodation, meals, a laptop, healthcare, insurance cover, is what Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program provides to these scholars. Beyond the financial support, Mastercard Foundation has invested in what we call wrap-up support to ensure that the scholars receive mentorship, psychosocial support services, specialized career guidance, leadership development training, and entrepreneurial training. Why are they doing all this? All these are done to remove the economic barriers that they experienced during their tour, but also to extend holistic education and therefore empower the youth to become transformative individuals in society. As we speak today, the Scholars Program has just celebrated 10 years of operation, and the celebration was dubbed a decade of transformative impact and learning. And Makerere University partakes of 9 years of that decade of celebration. Congratulations to Makerere. In these 9 years, this has been our phase 1 of the Scholars Program. And allow me to highlight a few of what we celebrate as Makerere University. 1,032 scholarships have been extended to date. And of these, 76% have gone to female students. These are students coming from hard-to-reach areas. These are students who have completed their A-level education in distant schools, in refugee communities, and all other vulnerable areas, including Karamoja, Kisoro, including the urban poor. The other thing we celebrate is of the 1,032 scholarships, 48% of these scholars have to date graduated. And what warms the heart of the Scholars Program is 3% of the graduates to date had a first-class degree, 54% got second-class honors upper, and 42% got second-class honors lower. There has been no past degree to date. What does this communicate? In the first part of my remarks, I mentioned that Mastercard Foundation believed that economic barriers have no correlation with brilliancy. The next thing we celebrate as Makerere is most of these graduates have been able to move through the transition pathways, including formal employment, further education, and entrepreneurship. Again, under phase 1, we have experienced research supported by Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program. And this research, which was headed by Professor Helen Nkabala on behalf of Makerere University, fostered improvements in the services of the Makerere University Counseling and Guidance Center. For all the principals in the room and the deans in the room and online, we've been having on several engagements on streamlining mentorship and career guidance in Makerere University. This was one of the fruits from the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program. Then finally, we've had a couple of mentorship schemes across colleges that have positively influenced the academic journey of many students. Mentorship is a fundamental component of the Scholars Program. That is the 9 years to date. Talk about the 10 years of the Scholars Program. So what lies ahead in the next decade of the Scholars Program? The Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program continues to recognize that in order to enable young people across Africa to succeed, there is need to continue with the following. One, address the systemic barriers in higher education. Talk about financial constraints, gender-related constraints, ICT skills and technologies should be emphatic. They also realize there is continued need to strengthen the capacity of all institutions that serve the young people, Makerere and all other universities, and to support innovative solutions across critical sectors. It is on this premise, ladies and gentlemen, that 3 initiatives have been laid and launched by the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program, which Makerere is expected and shall partake as a long-standing partner. Initiative number 1 is expanding the scholarship program to reach out to 100,000 young men and women. To date, already 42,000 scholarships are out there, and there is a whole lot of 58,000 scholarships that Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program is rolling out. Makerere University, as a long-standing partner, we expect to receive a phase 2 funding with at least 1,600 scholarships for the next 10 years. Phase 2 is a unique phase characterized by inclusivity, meaning in addition to all the other categories that the Scholars Program has been supporting, there's going to be a deliberate move to support students living with disabilities, taking up 10% of all the scholarships available. Then students from refugee communities, taking up to 25% of all the scholarships available. Then those students completing LV education in vulnerable and economically disadvantaged locations of the northern part of the country, taking up 20% of all the scholarships available. And then the other students, including the rural, urban poor. There is also a component of scholarships for graduate studies. 5% of all the scholarships will go for graduate studies in Makerere University. There will also be a component of research to foster institutional transformations. That is the first initiative, expanding the scholarship program. Makerere is already a beneficiary for our phase 2, as I already mentioned to you. The second initiative, Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program is launching a research collaborative. Under this collaborative, all partner institutions shall engage in research in thematic areas to influence institutional transformations and inform national development. At institutional level, Makerere University is expected to be deeply engraved in inclusivity as one of our core values and one of our thematic areas. The other thematic areas include health, food security, and climate change, and many others that are going to open up with due time. This fits in well with the agenda of Makerere University as a research-led university. The last initiative that the Mastercard Foundation has launched is online learning. This is focusing on democratizing access to education through e-learning. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason we are all gathered here today to be part of this initiative, and together we co-create an inclusive and transformative learning experience at our mighty university. Let me conclude by reaffirming the message from the CEO and President of Mastercard Foundation, that is Ms. Rita Roy. This is a quote of what she emphasized during the opening of the Scholars Program at 10 Baobab Summit in Kigali on the 15th of September, 2022. She said, "This is about education. This is about leadership development. This is about giving back. It is about transformation. Transformation of ourselves and the lives of those around us." Ladies and gentlemen, join me to appreciate Mastercard Foundation for this transformative partnership for the last 9 years and the next 10 years as we celebrate Makerere University. I also want you to join me to appreciate the leadership of Makerere University and the entire university community for harnessing and optimizing the opportunity that has been granted to us under phase 1 as a focal institution to educate and empower the next generation of African leaders. I thank you for your kind attention.
This is about education. This is about leadership development. This is about giving back. It's about transformation, transformation of ourselves and of the lives of those around us. This is about education. This is about leadership development. This is about giving back. It's about transformation, transformation of ourselves and of the lives of those around us.
I thought you would clap.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Ms. Rita Roy, the CEO and President of Mastercard Foundation, in her own voice. Godfrey, one more round, please. Thank you.
Development. This is about education. This is about leadership development. This is about giving back. It's about transformation, transformation of ourselves and of the lives of those around us.
Okay, now the message is clear. With my brain, it's about education, leadership, giving back, and transformation of their lives. And having listened to all the speakers this morning, Professor Paul Birevu Muyinda and Professor Justine Namaalwa, I think in all the speeches, they have highlighted a journey supported by Mastercard Foundation that is about transformation of lives and the people around us. You may wish to clap. Thank you very much. Yes, Wow. This is now supposed to be still Professor Justine Namaalwa to return and ably invite the chairperson of the steering committee. Thank you.
I'll take this opportunity to invite the chairperson of the steering committee for both initiatives, that is the scholarship initiative and the e-learning initiative, Professor Umar Kakumba.
Many thanks to you, Program Director, and thanks to you, Professor Namaalwa, our chief guest and dear friend of Makerere University, Professor Mary Okwakol, the Executive Director, National Council for Higher Education, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, our colleagues in the central management, the principals of the colleges of Makerere University, the deans present, members of faculty and leadership of Makerere University, the coordinator Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program, and the able team led by Professor Paul Muyinda Birevu, working on the IODeL, the Institute of Open Distance and E-Learning, members of the public following us online, our dear students, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the steering committee of the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program, and also on behalf of the Mastercard Foundation e-learning initiative, I am delighted to welcome you to this half-day launch of an initiative that, as described by the current speakers, will go a long way to transform this university and this country. In the 1990s, ladies and gentlemen, if you recall, Makerere University offered one of the strongest external degrees, and that was the Bachelor of Education External, and then the Bachelor of Commerce External. Now, these were very, very innovative initiatives at the time, and these external programs started with the help of donor funding. The Commonwealth of Learning provided funds for study materials and the training of staff to run the distance education. And as you are aware, the mode of distance learning at the time was to create centers, learning centers around the country, and where material, hard copy, could be taken to those centers, and where the staff would arrange for weekends or block weeks and then get to those up-country centers to deliver accessibility to education. Over time, with the advent of technology, higher education systems and policies have increasingly been remodeled and developed to accommodate new modes of teaching and learning, which emphasize the information and communications technology today. One such new mode of teaching and learning is the utilization of ICTs, or digital technologies, in e-learning. And why we are launching this is because it's a phenomenal occasion for us to appreciate our funders, as Professor Namaalwa has elaborately articulated, the great support that we have received from our strategic partners over time in many ways of helping the African child or the youth in Africa to rise up to the levels and the exposure that is given to learners in the highly developed world. Ladies and gentlemen, somebody may ask, why is e-learning so relevant, and why is everybody talking about e-learning today? I am aware everybody who is here is an advocate, and those joining us online. Today, there is no alternative of turning back. The online method of learning is best suited for everybody. And because this digital evolution has led to remarkable changes in how content can be accessed, in how content can be consumed, and how content can be discussed and shared. Office goers, you'll agree with me, and those that stay home, mothers, can access teaching and learning utilizing these digital technologies. And at the same time, you can have availability and comfort when people are doing many other things, but they also don't lose out on the opportunities of education, including the staggered times, weekends, and so on and so forth. But it's also important to note that unlike the classroom, the traditional or the conventional classroom teaching and learning, the online learning one can access the content at an unlimited number of times, repeatedly. This is especially required at a time of revision when preparing for an examination, and also for uptaking a lot of knowledge that one could have missed along the way for various reasons or various interruptions. You'll also agree with me that in traditional form of learning, if you cannot attend the lecture, then you only have one alternative of going back, read the notes, or prepare self-reading, prepare for the topic for your own. In the e-learning, one can attend the lectures whenever they want and with a lot of ease. So we can all agree that e-learning is proficient, but it is also more efficient in terms of time and cost, especially in the long run. One may get scared about the initial investment, but when you look at the journey that Makerere has taken, you really realize that it has been worth it. So I want to thank you, Vice Chancellor, Professor Nawangwe, for leading us in a way that has been very, very strategic and steadfast in pursuing the utilization of digital technologies in e-learning. And this is why Makerere University has enshrined in our vision a thought leader in knowledge generation for societal transformation and development. It's the reason Makerere has kept at the forefront of these initiatives. Of course, as highlighted by Professor Namaalwa, the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program came in at a time when we were badly hit by COVID-19 and the pandemic that exposed our very, very fragile systems or the unpreparedness. But this pandemic also in another way gave us the opportunity to rethink or to think outside the box, because we had to invent and create coping mechanisms. And in this, our chief guest, we want to thank you so much for your leadership at the National Council for Higher Education. Because the National Council, colleagues, it's in order to appreciate the National Council for Higher Education, because at such a time, it led the way for institutions of higher learning in the negotiations, establishing the guidelines for emergency e-learning. And that was very, very phenomenal, because the world could not just sit back and wait until the good Lord helps to recover from this pandemic. Otherwise, it would have been a total frustration, because we are still grappling with the after effects of COVID-19. Just imagine if everybody was seated at home and there was no learning. The after effects would have been worse. The psychological trauma would have been terrible. But through the emergency e-learning, which was championed by the National Council for Education, Makerere was the first to submit its readiness. We had to undertake surveys. We had to, and from the system, the thoughtful leadership that Makerere had championed as early as 2010, to establish the learning management system, Mwele. Well, many people have heard about Mwele in just recently when COVID hit. Mwele had been there, but COVID-19, thanks to COVID-19, for all of the other bad reasons, thanks to COVID-19, because the implementation of the utilization of Mwele was only standing at 30%. For the rest of the 8 years, for the rest of the almost 10 years, 30%, that's how far we had moved. And what was on Mwele, people were just dumping the typed material, the notes that are typed, people simply reposit them on the course shelves on the learning management system. But even utilization of that, the utilization by the students was even far, far lower than the 30%. But all of a sudden, the survey shot up to around 70%. The students' readiness, students themselves saying, undergraduate, not even graduate, saying we are ready. We are ready to learn, 70%. So that was very, 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 very much phenomenal, and it helped us a great deal. So I would like to thank the VC for quickly organizing the troops. And we were able to utilize the available platform, our Mwele platform, and we are able to invoke the regulations of Senate and revise them to make it mandatory. Everybody had to almost all of us overnight to translate into e-learning, including the people who were, very, very much, they were not, they are those colleagues of ours who were long lost in the era of the born before computers, the BBC. But everybody had to come on board, and those who had become those that had doubted all of these initiatives, all of a sudden became the champions. And some of the champions are here, like Professor Nyakana. We want to thank you so much, Professor Nyakana, and the rest of the team. Those that said, no, may not be possible initially. How can a student learn online? All of a sudden, they translated into champions. And that's why I'm mentioning Professor Nyakana. He became a very, very strong advocate. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I end, I would want to once again thank the team I have worked with in this journey, Professor Paul Muyinda Birevu, whom we nominated because of his experience in handling online learning. He's not only the champion here in Makerere. I am very, very much aware that Paul Muyinda has been a champion at the National Council for Education and giving many support. Many public universities have officially written to us, and during COVID-19, they requested us to support them. And I think Makerere did a noble duty to help our sister universities in this country to train their team in the pedagogy, in the utilization, but also in the initial stages of e-learning content development. Yeah, as highlighted, we expect under the objectives of this initiative, first and foremost, to develop the high quality and inclusive academic content, totaling 2,560 courses across the university, and then also develop the high quality and inclusive e-content support services, 35 modules in the e-content support services. There are many support services for e-learning content. This will include the psychosocial support, will include the counseling and guidance, and other modalities that can help the learner, not just the curriculum that is awarded the degrees. But we're also expecting under this initiative to enhance the e-learning infrastructure and also building the capacity for the champions who have already received the training from the Arizona State University under this initiative. In the infrastructure, ladies and gentlemen, it has been mentioned, we are going to have 5 state-of-the-art, the multimedia studio facilities. In simple terms, you can consider them as e-learning classrooms. Now, these are studios that will be located at 5, initial at 5, strategically located centers in the colleges, which will be utilized. Now, these are the studios, just like musicians or people who make videos go in the studio to record and deliver a lecture. You can have the audio, video, with all of the sound systems, with all of the cameras, and this content can be uploaded on our servers. And the servers are also going to be upgraded. Again, the high-end servers that will host these the e-content, especially the audiovisual, which is normally very, very heavy. We shall separate it from the rest of the electronic e-learning. So this will be dedicated servers. And that is important, ladies and gentlemen, that we wish to appreciate our funders, the Mastercard Foundation. So I therefore wish to call upon the staff of Makerere University, because every staff in each school, we have 30 schools in the university under the 10 colleges. So each school has an e-learning coordinator who has been trained and who is going to receive further training and support in this initiative. But also, the principals of the college have also been part and parcel of our journey. And here we are, requesting you to lead the team of the deans, heads of department, to ensure that every program, okay, every program, accredited programs, the content is revolutionized. So at the end of the day, our output is that once this content has been put together, we shall still present it for full accreditation as e-learning content. Okay, we have already the accredited programs, but we shall have the full accreditation of e-learning content by the National Council for Higher Education. So finally, ladies and gentlemen, our dear chief guest, I would like to thank once again the Mastercard Foundation for its generosity. At the university, we want to remember that they started the Scholars Program, which has been described to you for what it has been able to do for Makerere and many young people in this country and across the region. I would also like to call upon other partners to emulate this foundation, the Mastercard Foundation, in supporting higher education in this country and in Africa as a whole. The world over, higher education institutions thrive on partnership, and to develop infrastructure for teaching, research, really needs a hand from all of these varied partners. Once again, we want to thank you so much and for gracing this event that is launching the occasion. So we are here to commit to the country and to everybody that this is a journey that will enlist everybody, because we must be able to showcase that this country has potential, but also this country can make a great contribution to transforming society within and within the region and across the continent. At this juncture, permit me to invite the Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, to give your remarks and also officially welcome our guest of honor, Professor Nawangwe.
Our chief guest, Professor Mary Okwakol, the Executive Director, National Council for Higher Education, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, principals and deans, and members of management present, the coordinators of the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program e-learning initiative, Professor Paul Muyinda and Professor Justine Namaalwa, all the academic and administrative staff, invited guests, students, ladies and gentlemen. Let me say what I have said at a very similar event in the recent past. In 2018, I attended a conference organized by UNESCO in Beijing, China. And it was about basically online learning. And one of the presenters said the real reason why they organized it was to answer the question, will Africa be left behind again? Because the whole world was going digital. People were studying mostly online. There was no COVID yet at that time. Nobody ever knew that COVID would ever come. But the whole world had gone digital.
and we were stuck in our past. That question was intriguing. Will Africa be left behind again? Which means we're always being left behind. Okay? So are we going to be left behind again? This morning I started with an event at the College of Health Sciences, where I was requested to come and launch a PhD launch for the college, where PhD students can go and relax and study and surf the internet and so on. Last week, I was at COSIS, the College of Computing and Information Sciences, to launch what Professor Yana told me, and I believe him, the first ever smart classroom in Uganda. Smart classroom is basically what Professor Kakumba was describing here, the 5 he thinks are going to be set up at colleges. That smart classroom cost more than $100,000. And it was a donation from our collaborators in China through what we call the International Institute of Online Education, where we are pioneers. We are pioneer founders. And so we benefited. And when I tweeted that today I launched the first ever smart classroom in Uganda, somebody responded and said, "You mean all this time Makerere had no smart classroom?" We have had a smart classroom at Kichwamba for the last 10 years. Now, I don't know what smart classroom is there at Kichwamba, but the one I'm talking about is very different. It does exactly what Professor Kakumba was talking about. As has been said before today, Makerere has had a good history of distance education. And we were probably among the very first universities on the continent to come up with a policy on online education. Because we were looking far. In 2012, Africa is changing. Uganda probably is the one changing fastest in Africa in very many ways. Very high population growth. Yes. These are the things we have to begin thinking, which we should have actually started thinking about years ago. If you just imagine that by 2100 projections are that Uganda's population will be 200 million. We are 45 million now, and there are already problems. So what will it be if we are 200 million? If we sit here and do nothing? All these initiatives that we are coming up with the support of good partners like Mastercard Foundation, are really to try and address the questions. Will Africa be left behind again? Thanks to these partnerships we have, Makerere is the most partnered university in the world. That is recognized even by the Times Higher Education. We are the university with the largest number of professors who publish jointly with a professor at another university. And we lead the world in that. So we partner a lot, and there are reasons why we partner. Through partnerships with a lot of organizations on online education, we actually became the leader on online education on the African continent. And that is recognized by the Association of Commonwealth Universities. Through the efforts of people like Paul Muyinda. Paul Muyinda here, you see him here. He's an international expert. He's revered all over the world. He's training people all over the world on online education. So the potential here at Makerere University is so huge that we can only decide not to make sure that we utilize it to change our country. And we must change our country through research, innovation, and good training. Online education will help us to address that question of the high population growth. Because we'll be selfish if we do not avail this education to the multitudes of people who would like to come to Makerere. We are reducing our undergraduate numbers physically, but we should put in place mechanisms for more students to access a Makerere education online. We are mooting, of course, a lot of things. We are thinking about things. One of them is we are thinking, should we just change the whole of Jinja campus to be our online campus? Professor Nyakan, of course, doesn't know that. We haven't told him what we are thinking, but that's one of the thoughts. And I would like to thank our staff. I have never been so proud of our staff as when COVID came and we said, what do we do? Even before the Minister of Education requested the National Council of Higher Education to vet universities online, we had already told the ministry, we want to go online. Because there had been an incident, I think, in UCU, where students were protesting that they were being taught online. And we said, really? So for us, when we said we want to go online, our staff in chorus said, yes, this is the way to go. And within a very short time, the Institute of Online Education had trained so many of our staff on online education platforms. And we were able to go through the pandemic, taught, examined even online. I don't think there's another university in Africa which has examined online. Nairobi, I understand, tried it and they just collapsed. But we examined online. And many people don't know that it is these online programs and the initiatives that was the cause why I was voted the best educationist in Africa. Because everybody had just given up, but for us, we were moving. And we were inspiring other universities, especially in the Commonwealth. So I want to thank you, Professor Muyinda and your team, and of course the DVC who was leading this whole initiative. The online, the stamina with which he was handling Professor Kakumba. You could think these days he is sleeping online education, dreaming online education. Every meeting it was about online education. And then the experts led by Professor Muyinda came in. I want to join my colleagues in thanking the Mastercard Foundation. The Mastercard Foundation has supported us for the last 9 years in training more than 1,000 young Africans, because they come from different countries, to get a quality education at Makerere University. And when there were these effects of COVID-19, they set up this kind of the fund to support the development of online education, and we applied, we won. But as I think Paul was saying, even before it had been announced that we won, somebody was saying, where have you put the money? They were asking us, where did you put the money? But I want to thank you very much for the hard work. I want to thank the coordinator of the Mastercard Foundation, Justine. Last week, we were in Kigali, and I told her I'm terribly embarrassed. Why was I embarrassed? Because there was a social entrepreneurship competition among all the 33 countries where Mastercard works. And Makerere won 6 out of 8 prizes. I was seated with 4 other vice chancellors. I felt embarrassed. Because the next prize, so and so, Makerere. This one, so and so, Makerere. I was so elated, even if I was embarrassed. Thank you very much for the good work that you do. I do hope that this online project, the very generous grant given to us by Mastercard, is going to change a lot. On the studios that Professor Kakumba talked about, we already have a good prototype. So we don't need to learn anything because they have just been, they have just established it. That will go a long way in enhancing our capacity for online education. And by the way, it is not just about teaching online full time or anything. We are increasingly becoming a research university. Our staff, most of the time, are in the field, and I know many of them miss classes. But with online education, they don't have to miss classes. Even if you are in the bush somewhere, in Busia, you can still set up a class and teach for 1 hour and then go back to your field work. So it is a great opportunity for us to lift our university even higher through this online education. Congratulations once again, the Institute of Online Education, on winning the grant. And thank you very much for the energy that you have put in to make Makerere a truly online education institution, becoming a leader in Africa and one of the leaders in the whole world. With those few words, it is now my honor and pleasure to invite our guest of honor, Professor Mary Okwakol, to address us, and also declare the workshop open. Thank you.
The Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Umar Kakumba, representatives from Mastercard Foundation, the MCF Coordinator, Professor Muyinda Birevu, the MCF Scholars Program Focal Person, Professor Justine Namaalwa, principals and deans, researchers, mentors, and research managers, members of Makerere University community, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is always a great pleasure to be back at Makerere University. I thank you for inviting me. I can't stop reminding whenever I have an opportunity that professionally, I was born and bred at Makerere University. I'm happy to be joining you in launching a project that is at the heart of the National Council for Higher Education. Online or blended learning is at the heart of the council, not only because of the challenges presented by the COVID-19 pandemic, but also the world is now a digital world. Today, one can sit in the comfort of their home, study and graduate with a degree from a university in the UK or India, or indeed anywhere in the world. This, I strongly believe, should be the case for our institutions of higher learning in Uganda. I'm therefore privileged to be launching this project, which is going to see the equipping of studios and developing curricula for e-learning for various programs or courses in the university. We at the National Council for Higher Education pledge to support you in whatever way we can, Mr. Vice Chancellor. I wanted at this juncture to make a clarification. The Vice Chancellor made a reference to the Minister of Education having asked the National Council for Higher Education to get institutions online. It is the National Council for Higher Education that requested the Minister of Education and Sports to allow it to get the institutions teach online. So I thought I needed to clarify that, because what happened is that when we realized that all institutions had closed, we had to quickly think outside the box. And that's how we developed the emergency IODeL system. Why we called it emergency was because ordinarily programs that are implemented online or blended are supposed to be accredited so. But here where most of the programs we had accredited were face-to-face. And it normally takes a long time to convert such program and have them accredited. And yet it was necessary to have the institutions continue teaching and learning. So that's how we developed this system. And after developing it, we then had to seek permission of the Ministry of Education and Sports to roll it out. And I would like to record our appreciation to the Ministry of Education and Sports for having endorsed this system. And I would like to say that the minister personally endorsed it in writing. So we had the blessing of the Ministry of Education and Sports. I sincerely thank the Mastercard Foundation for the support that will see the implementation of this project. Globally, the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic greatly disrupted education systems, forcing learners and some schools to shift to virtual learning to curb the spread of the pandemic. While the pandemic has caused a drastic shift to digital learning for mostly urban and well-to-do children, it has also excluded the majority of the learners, especially those in rural areas without access to electricity and the internet. That's a big problem. Certainly, we are we have registered success. But as we do that, we know that the majority of our population live in rural areas, and the majority are not well-to-do, they are poor. So when we develop these programs, we need to constantly remind ourselves so that we find ways and means of not leaving those in rural areas, those who are poor, behind. So while we are advocating for online learning, we are cognizant of the fact that it is not without challenges. I hope that as we implement this new mode of teaching and learning, we can address some of the challenges that come with it. Many of our teachers do not have enough knowledge of content development for online teaching material. And I believe this is the situation in most of our institutions. I know that this will require a lot of training, and Makerere University has our support in doing this. The university has played an important role in leading the change into blended learning, and I would like to commend you for that. Today, we have various universities that have online learning platforms, just like Makerere University, the e-learning environment. So thanks to your leadership. Online learning facilities help to have the teachers and learners think critically about what to do every day. The goal in the classroom is to challenge you to think differently, and employers want you to do that as well, to think critically in your role as a worker in whatever capacity you are, whether you're a teacher, an administrator, in whatever capacity. These days, that is the way to go. Mastering this skill is what will set you apart as an employee. And I'm sure even here at Makerere, that's what the Vice Chancellor is saying, is that if a member of staff masters these skills, that will set him or her apart from another member of staff. And doesn't matter whether you are a member of the academic staff or an administrator. Online learning allows for flexibility, and this is what the world wants us to do today. To be some of persons who may be in remote areas, like on a small island in South America, and acquire a degree from Makerere University. I'm sure right now, Makerere University may be having more students enrolled from outside our borders. Online learning has also proved to be more affordable than face-to-face, which we hope will improve enrollment. Our enrollment ratio is quite low. It is 6.85%. The average for East Africa is 9.4%. The average for Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, is, I think, 15%, and for the world is 24%. So you can see how low our enrollment is. With the new Ministry of Education guidelines requiring teachers to have a degree, these online platforms will give the teachers the opportunity to acquire the degrees without having to leave their home districts or their schools for that matter. As part of implementation of the Education and Sports Sector Strategic Plan 2021 to 2025, we intend to strengthen IODeL by having it mainstreamed in all institutions of higher learning, as well as laying the strategies that will ensure increased access to higher education. IODeL increases enrollment of eligible learners, as I indicated. It increases the teacher-learner ratio and provides solutions to the emergencies in the education sector, just like the pandemic we are getting through. And indeed, if any other emergency arises, we are better prepared to go through it. It is flexible in terms of time and distance. It's not discriminative in terms of age, gender, religion, or physical ability. I would like to appeal to you to apply for accreditation of programs you want to teach remotely. And I'm glad that the Deputy Vice Chancellor has alluded to the fact that the university is preparing to do that. Since we issued the minimum standards for IODeL in August 2019, we expect that all institutions that wish to continue with open distance and e-learning IODeL to have developed programs which they should submit to the National Council for Higher Education to accredit. This means that the emergency guidelines for IODeL will not apply post-COVID. But here I think, let me clarify. I said this at the just ended conference and it was misinterpreted by the media. As you know, the pandemic was declared by the World Health Organization. So in order for us to pronounce ourselves on the end of the emergency, the use of the emergency system, would have to have the World Health Organization pronounce itself on the end of the pandemic, and of course guided by our Ministry of Health. And once that happens, then the emergency IODeL system will cease to apply. So get prepared. We've just ended a conference, an annual higher education conference, which was well attended, and I'm glad to say that Professor Muyinda was one of the resource persons that made presentations at this conference. But right now, we are preparing for the 13th annual exhibition. I'm very hopeful that Makerere University, as usual, is participating, and we encourage you to visit the various exhibitions. But it will be blended. You may be in the comfort of your home and tune in to hear what's going on, but also see, because some institutions will be displaying whatever they have to show online. As we roll out IODeL, the National Council for Higher Education remains committed to academic integrity, quality, and standards which are non-negotiable, and without which we will deliver inadequate knowledge and skills. And yet these two, that is knowledge and skills, are critical in contributing to development and solving the socioeconomic and health challenges that are ever increasing in our country. There is also need to strengthen continuous training and sensitization for both staff and learners on IODeL. During the conference, what came out is that one of the challenges that institutions faced, and I believe Makerere also faced it, was the resistance from both staff and students. Now people are more informed, but still there is room for continued training and sensitization. Examination monitoring ought to be strengthened at every level, and the challenges faced by people with disabilities addressed. And I think the Vice Chancellor has alluded to the fact that when institutions started implementing the emergency IODeL system, one of the challenges was running examinations. And because we anticipated that there would be challenges, we decided that approving an institution to conduct examinations online would have to be done separately. So you'd have permission to implement the system to teach. But then when it came to examinations, you'd have to prove that you have the capacity, both facility-wise and the personnel, to conduct the examination. As I conclude, I would like to congratulate Makerere University upon the grant. Over $2 million is not little money. And as Professor Kakumba was speaking, I was wondering how you consume that in, is it 14 months? And yet it has to be consumed properly according to the guidelines. But I believe with the experience of Makerere in implementing projects, this will not be a problem. I would like to wish the implementing team led by Professor Paul Muyinda Birevu a successful implementation process. Because implementing programs or projects can be quite challenging, but I believe the team will be able to do that. Vice Chancellor, you've talked about Professor Muyinda being internationally acclaimed in this area of e-learning, but I'm pleased to inform you that is one of the resource persons of the National Council for Higher Education. Because normally we work through, we work with teams of experts. So if we go to an institution to inspect, we have to identify an expert that, or a team of experts that will be able to give us a feedback as to whether an institution is ready or not ready. And Professor Muyinda has led quite a number of teams to institutions in support of the National Council for Higher Education's work. We thank you very much. We look forward to great things coming from these activities. I was also pleasantly surprised, maybe not surprised, I was happy that Dr. Muyinda is one of your key persons in this project. Dr. Muyinda was one of the staff with whom we started with Sitema University. So he did make that contribution. But one thing I remember about him is that as early as that, I think it was 2008, he made efforts to organize courses to tool staff, to build IT capacity for staff, and also communities around. So I thank you for that initial support to me, because at that time I was Vice Chancellor and any support that was given to the institution was given to me. So I appreciate that. So it's now my singular honor and pleasure to declare the Mastercard Scholars e-Learning Initiative of Makerere University officially opened. I thank you.
Yes, it has been opened by our chief guest, and that is Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program e-Learning Initiative. And since the Vice Chancellor is here, the university management commits to ensuring that all the resources the chief guest talked about, how they will be consumed, the Vice Chancellor will ensure that they are effectively and efficiently consumed or utilized. Thank you very much. Yes, sometimes we receive key partners and then somehow you just assume, but I'm glad that as we witness the launch of the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program e-Learning Initiative, we have a delegation from the University of Bergen, Norway. Maybe just if you could stand and wave to, yes. We are glad that you joined us for the launch. Makerere University has a very outstanding institutional development program with the University of Bergen in Norway. The University of Bergen supports several of our members of staff in terms of human resource development, but also I'm aware that we have an institutional collaboration that has been running for decades. My name is Rita Namisango. I'm the MC, and I'm also supported by a team of 2 sign language interpreters, Maureen Namaalwa and currently Michael Jagwe. Thank you so much. In the beginning, we recognize the principals that were present, but we're happy to be joined by Professor Ileta Winston, Principal, College of Natural Sciences, Professor Frank Mwine, Principal, College of Veterinary Medicine and More Resources and Biosecurity, Professor Rhoda Wanyenze, Dean, School of Public Health, Professor Julius Chikoma, Deputy Director, Research and Graduate Training at Makerere University. I'm also aware that Professor Masagazi Masazi, the Chairperson, Makerere University Research and Innovations Fund, is following online. Once again, to all the physical participants and those following online, the hashtag is #Makerere100. And I take this opportunity to commend the digital influencers, the online media team, the mainstream media, and the live streaming team. Kindly keep it up. We are still at Makerere University Yusuf Ray Central Teaching Facility, Auditorium, and on Zoom to witness the launch. And what I would like to say is that we have witnessed the launch of the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program e-Learning Initiative. Yes, permit me to humbly request the chairperson of the steering committee. In line with our program, we have presentation of certificates. The chairperson of the steering committee will hold the certificates, and then this ceremony will be managed by the chairperson of the steering committee, together with the Vice Chancellor, And our chief guest will hand over the certificates. We have, you recall that they mentioned 15 people. We have now experts, 15 of them, and they are able to develop online courses. They have been trained by Arizona State University. And it is a very special day for us as we commence this, because normally human resource development or capacity is very central in the success of any program. So if we have 15 champions already with us, trained at the international level to manage this, then we believe this will be a success. So Professor Umar Kakumba is the chairperson. I also request the VC and also our guest of honor to help us perform this noble task. Okay. Yes, the recipients include Jamai Mayanja, Jamira Mayanja, oh, okay. Jamia Mayanja, Moses Kasaga, Harriet Najemba, Siminyu Ndeda Samuel, Godfrey Mayende, Harriet Mutambo, Arthur Mogisha, Richard Kajumbula, Diana Nampija, Nazarias Tuliachira, Sarah Chiguli, Paul Muyinda Birevu, Naluyat Narada, Johnny Bokenya, Joseph Watuleke. Congratulations. Building the capacity of Ugandans and especially the team at Makerere University to develop online courses as we embark on this wonderful journey of promoting digital education and digital learning in Uganda. Yes, and I'm humbly requesting the chief guest and VC and chairperson to remain standing. And I'm also requesting the entire team to join them. Yes, that is photo moment number 1. Yes, thank you very much. And it is now time for oh, all right. Thank you very much. I thought they would do it digitally. The people who have received the certificates, with your, please come along with the certificates that you have received. Thank you for the guidance. I have been informed that the people who have received certificates are trainer of trainers, or what we could call facilitators. So what it means that they have been equipped with the skills, they are experts in developing online courses, but now to the rest of us physically present and those following online, the team that is part of that photo moment will help us, or they'll guide and train members of staff to develop online courses. So they are trainer of trainers or facilitators. But when it comes to the actual realization of this project, then all the members of staff at Makerere University will also have to do it, right? Yes, thank you so much. And it is now time for me to humbly request the chairperson of the steering committee to ably walk the team that is seated with from the podium so that we prepare for the next session. And for the next session, permit me to invite the panel. In line with our program, we have a panel discussion, opportunities for open distance and e-learning. May I invite the panelists to take their seats. Professor Tony Oyana, Principal, College of Computing and Information Sciences. Professor Josephine Ahikide, Principal, College of Humanities and Social Sciences. Professor Anthony Muwagamgaga, Principal, College of Education and External Studies. Professor Joki Nyakana, Director, Makerere University Jinja Campus. And the moderator is Professor Paul Birevu Muyinda. And Professor Damalina Kanjako, Principal, College of Health Sciences. Yes. We also take this opportunity to recognize our funders. We have a team from Mastercard Foundation following us online. We have from the online registration, we have Mindy, Kim, and Wanjira K as part of the Mastercard Foundation team following the launch online. Yes, this is our panel. And the panel comprises our principals representing the humanities and the science disciplines. Why do we have a panel from the colleges? This is because the Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program e-learning initiative is going to benefit all the colleges. We've seen a team of trainers. That team will be assigned to each college to ensure that they work with the principals, deputy principals, deans, heads of departments, so that the members of staff in each college adapt to online teaching and also are trained to develop and create online courses. Let us welcome the moderator, Professor Paul Birevu Muyinda, to lead us in the next session. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Once again, I am happy to come back here, this time as a panel coordinator. And I also want to take this opportunity to clarify on some things before we can get into the panel. These 15 champions are going to be joined by another 17 already trained champions at Makerere University to make a total of 32 champions. And these are going to be mentors of content developers. Each of the 32 is going to mentor 10 academic staff in the university to develop 2 courses in a period of 3 months. And so that's how we shall be working for 4 quarters, and then we shall be able to work. Now I have about 80 minutes, but those are not very many. And I have 5 panelists. So it means that if I divide those minutes by 5, I get 16 minutes, which means that if we get each person talking for about 5 minutes, 2 times, and then we
in Toroma, in Katakwi, in Ngora, in Ramchuchu may never have access to the internet, but they have access to the radio, they have access to mobile facilities like coming to college with your flash disk, you dig out the data and you take it to your institution. So this is what we are teaching our undergraduates, masters, and PhD, all of them as a must. Unfortunately, some of these things, we embedded them in our system without going to Senate, because Senate would have its dynamics and a lot of challenges. We insist that when you are teaching them, force them to do coursework online, force a PhD student to design a course online as a coursework. That one we don't need to go to Senate. The other one, we have introduced ICT for undergraduates, which was not there. It was so unfortunate before COVID, our undergraduate students, teachers never touched a computer here at the university. And we didn't want to let that to the VC because it was very embarrassing. It was very embarrassing that an education student can leave the university minus touching a computer in front of a lecturer. Fortunately, we want to thank the VC. He has responded very robustly and given us a number of computers, and I know he's going to give us more ICT facilities. The other one, close to 70% of all special needs students in Makerere and in Uganda are housed in the College of Education. Unfortunately, these are still thin on support. But we've set up a unit, courtesy of Makerere. They gave us, and we want to thank the VC and your team. You gave us a number of machines, modern machines, on how to teach people these sign language things. And again, you see in my culture, they say one who has a big bum is caned more. It is Dr. Michael Walimba and Dr. Lea Skoyo who are spearheading the special needs education ICT pedagogy for teachers. And I think it's the first in the whole of Uganda. Chambogo has UNICE, but doesn't skew it to ICT and e-learning. And I think that is a big innovation, which we beg our boss, the DVCA and Mastercard, to throw in some small resources to boost what Makerere, because Makerere gave us 100 million shillings, which we used to buy these ICT. But the bigger ICT machine cost about 200 million. I want to end with this. The IODeL unit housed in our college has played a greater role. And I think I'm proud to say that all those who are trained are my guys who are going to do great work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my dear principal, for those insightful moments of what our college is doing to prepare teachers, primary, secondary, at PhD and wherever, for the modern times, for the modern classroom. I am also happy to report that Dr. Michael Walimba, though was not among the 15, is now among the 32 that are going to be mentoring. So we are going to be working together with Dr. Michael Walimba and other colleagues from different schools to mentor other faculty to develop these courses. So yeah, now I go to my, I call it also my alma mater, because I am a person of many disciplines. I am a person also from computer science and also from statistics. Now, look, talking about developing high quality online courses. The staff say during the time when we were developing these emergency online courses, the staff say developing a well instructionally developed e-course is a tedious job that should be incentivized by an allowance. On the other hand, the university and the Mastercard Foundation and other donors say developing such courses is part and parcel of the work of an academic staff. So under these circumstances, what strategies could Makerere University use to have her faculty fully embrace the Mastercard e-learning initiative and pedagogically develop the 2,560 courses within a period of 14 months?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much for the opportunity to engage in this conversation. I want to set the scene as follows. Number one, we live in an improved environment where there are many advances in science and technology. And we can take advantage of this environment to develop better learning materials and improve, therefore, the outcomes. Okay. The other advantage, the generation we are dealing with, the youth, are technologically savvy, the majority. They are not like your ordinary grandparent. Okay. So that is also an advantage that we can take. I also want to emphasize the tendency of individual learning and group learning. You see, these days, they're emphasizing individualized learning, that every person learns in a unique way. How can you develop that environment for that individual to grow their talent? You see what happens in a group learning situation, the teacher can generalize and compare you to another person. But we do know that learners have the propensity to learn, everybody. Although some teachers may describe you as stupid, but you have the propensity to learn as an individual. So sometimes there are strategies that are very good for individual learners, and there are strategies that are good for group learning. Now, in an e-learning situation, when you look at individuals, they are at their homes or they are somewhere learning. They are not necessarily in a group. There are some advantages and disadvantages. In group learning, we tend to have peer learning. If you see your friend is getting it, it can also help you what? Get it. If you're an individual, if you are stuck, sometimes there are no resources. So there are things that you do very well as an individual, but there are things that you do better as a group. Okay? More exciting and interactive learning occurs in groups, not as individuals, research shows us. But we need to combine both individual and group learning in order to achieve a maximum what? Outcome. The other thing that I would like to explore is pedagogical methods have also improved over time. I remember when I was still young, we were required to cut 10 sticks to go with to school. When my children were learning, they did not do that. They were using these parts of the body. You have 3 here, you have 3 here, 3 here. So I asked, why didn't our teachers think about that way of counting? Okay? Our teachers were very tough that you had to have 10 what? Sticks. Was that a good methodology? I don't think so. Okay? I know I agree to some extent, but I think this is a better methodology. It makes life easier. It keeps our environment. You know how many sticks, if you're at school, if you take the number of children who join P1, how many sticks do you cut? You are destroying the environment, okay? So pedagogy has improved a lot, as I've mentioned. There were other schools using a ruler, a foot ruler that is 30, and they would use that instead of sticks. Okay, that's also a good methodology in learning. So learning has improved a lot, and you have to take advantage of the pedagogy methods that are available in literature, especially to promote distant and remote learning. Thirdly, I would like to say that the presence and use of super teachers. Super teachers are supposed to be those extraordinary human beings everybody loves to be their teacher. Okay? You see, they are very good in science, they are very good in mathematics, and everybody wants to pass through their hands. I remember when I was doing philosophy, there was a question, are teachers made or they are born naturally? I don't know, okay? But there are some people who are born natural teachers, okay? They do a good job. They take a very complex concept and explain it to everybody, and they understand. Those are the people we need to identify. When you take the example of distant learning via technology, for example, these people can reach 100,000 people. So why don't we give the opportunity of super teachers? If he's very good in mathematics, why can't he teach many of the mathematics lessons via distance education? Okay? So we need to encourage and identify super teachers. Not everybody is a good teacher. There are those who can make things very easy and improve learning outcomes. We should agree to that. Sometimes a learner is stuck with one teacher in class, then they get poor learning outcomes. So I believe that that is important as well. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope I have adequately responded to your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Oyana, for giving us strategies that we can use to balance between the teachers who will say it's a tedious job and therefore demanding for some incentive to be able to develop. So identifying super teachers or identifying motivated teachers, group working, identifying champions is going to be very key. And as we talk, the 32 champions are here. You're listening to those strategies. We shall have to benchmark on those strategies to ensure that we can be able to do the work of developing the 2,560 courses that are at our play. Now I go to the College of Health Sciences. And here, the question I'm posing to the College of Health Sciences, my principal, Professor Nakanjako, is about STEM. There has been increasing debate on the use of technology for teaching STEM subjects. As far as we know, the College of Health Sciences is one of those STEM colleges that have really embraced IODeL or online working, because we were working with you during the COVID-19 times, and you're the people, the frontline workers. But your students had to study and you embraced technology. So the question is, how have you been able to do this? Because around everyone saying you can't teach STEM subjects online. You can't use technology in teaching STEM subjects. But the College of Health Sciences has been doing it. So we want to hear your experiences on how you've been able to do this. Over to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And thank you for that question. Indeed, at the College of Health Sciences, we really embraced online learning even before the COVID-19 pandemic, because clinical training, healthcare training of medical doctors and all health professionals is a multidisciplinary function. We train, we teach, and we offer care, and we work in different sites. So we can teach at Mulago when people in Kawempe or Chirudu and abroad are attending these sessions. So for us, online learning is really a basic tool that we need. It does not replace clinical care, because you have to treat the patient, you have to put a drip on a patient, you have to examine the patient. But it provides opportunities for interaction between the students and faculty, interacting with material, because for us, we don't teach students, but we teach students to learn. And we develop lifelong learners, because as clinicians, as doctors, you can't predict which patient is going to come to you. You can't predict which disease is going to come, but you have to keep learning every day. So our job is that by the time our students leave, they know how to learn. They can learn through books, they can learn online. There are many opportunities for learning. So it is an opportunity for us to train learners how to learn. Secondly, we do a lot of collaborative work. Diseases are global. The diseases we treat are global. Our teachers, our students, and our patients are not only in Uganda, but in different places. So we have a lot of these learnings through webinars, through seminars, through plenary sessions, and they run through 24 hours because of the different time zones in the world. So we need these equipments. So we need to support the development of this learning. So we are not limited in learning. Before I came here, we launched a PhD lounge. This is a 24-hour facility, because our PhD students need to be there all the time, depending on the different time zones of the people they are working with. And they do different activities there. So it is fully fitted with video recording, video conferencing equipment, and people can go there and develop content and present and have learning going on at any time. So for us, it is a real blessing to have online learning and online facilities. We need to improve it. What we need really is to strengthen our infrastructure to do that. Dix, I've not seen the director of Dix, but even 2 years ago, we have always been on his neck to improve our bandwidth. Because as we do these video conferencing facilities, the webinars, before COVID came in, we were struggling. So he knows that we have been on his neck to improve. People are in Cambridge, they are saying, what's wrong with the internet in Makerere? So that is where we need to invest and also have backup. This business of power going off, we need backup and backup of backup, so that we are really in a stable environment where we can be sure that we will run things. But what happens? Backup goes off. You need 30 minutes now to reorganize. You say, people, I am sorry, let us organize. We need to sort out those things so that it becomes a seamless interaction for the online learning to happen. So it is our duty as the institution to support that function to happen. I want to say that all our faculty have embraced online learning, irrespective of age. Before I came here, we had a talk from a professor emeritus. At Makerere University, Professor Emeritus is over 70 years old, but he is the one running our online PubMed listed journal, African Health Sciences. It is PubMed listed, everything is done online, submission is online, we upload content online. This is where we upload our content as the College of Health Sciences. So we were surprised when the students were saying they cannot do online learning, yet for them they were born after computers. So that is not in the College of Health Sciences. So we need to embrace the technology as it has come on to support us. The next thing, we need to support policies. We need to adjust our policies to do that. Recently, we had a procurement of online equipment. And we had to write many letters to actually say that these were teaching and learning aids. Teaching materials, they were telling us, procurement was telling us that this is mischarge. To buy a video camera, video conferencing as a learning aid, it is a mischarge. This is supposed to be paper, printing, what? So we need to adjust our policies to be able to handle that. So luckily enough, we wrote letters and they approved us to survive that mischarge. So they approved it and we procured. So we need these systems, the policies to change so that we can embrace what we have. Lastly, I'll talk about the infrastructure, human capital infrastructure. We need the HR. We need, if we are going to, we have 68 programs in our college. Each of them has probably 30 courses. If we are to do that, we need full-time e-learning coordinators, ICT people who will come and be developing their content and working on it while the rest of us are teaching. We need a big HR system, but these are not in the establishment. We have been told these are not in the establishment. We cannot advertise, but the establishment is made by us. So let's look at the establishment and include these people. We have a medical illustrations department that has been around in our college for over 50 years. And that is the job, to do medical illustrations, go to the hospitals, do illustrations and build content. So this is the department that we also need to build. Lastly, I'll say that once we build the culture, everybody is going to follow. I'll give you an example. If you enter a country and they tell you it is winter season, nobody tells you go and buy a winter jacket. You have to go and buy it. So if the culture is to do online, we're not going to start saying buy a flash disk, buy a phone, get internet. The culture is going to get us there and we shall follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You are making my day really when you are able to say that even in STEM, you are able to use digital technologies to do different things. What you are saying is that we should be able to just look at the affordances of different technologies and what we want to use them. And also you're talking about the need for blended learning, to know what needs to be done in the classroom or physically on the ward and what can be done online. I don't know whether there is a time in this university or any other class where one can only study and only go and attend class without visiting the online library or without reading some resources online and so on. That is now becoming extremely difficult. So I now want to go to our senior colleague, Professor Nyakana. Indeed, the Vice Chancellor said or intimated that they are having a thought of wanting to make Jinja campus maybe an open university of Uganda. You never know. So, Professor Nyakana, Jinja campus implements programs that are also hosted by mother units at the main campus. It can also pass as a distance education student support center. How are you preparing the Jinja campus to grab this golden opportunity of extending expertise from the main campus to your campus through the e-content that will be developed under the Mastercard Foundation e-learning initiative? In other words, how are you readying yourself to grab this virtual content to be able to support your learners while they are in the comfort of that city of Jinja?
Thank you, moderator. You said Jinja campus using material developed from here. I wouldn't like us to be recipients. I'd like us to be participants. So that as Makerere University, bearing in mind that we are Makerere University Jinja campus, so that we are part and parcel of Makerere University, we should be enabled, or we should be allowed to participate fully in the development of the 2,560 course online courses. We shouldn't be left out. And on that note, I'd like to request you to assign us one of the 32 trainers of trainees, so that he or she comes to Ginger and trains us fully on how to participate in the development of courses. As you said, rightly so, we have been handling courses which are mothered here. We are now in the process of mothering our own courses, so that a child grows. We have grown enough to become partially independent. And we are designing courses which will not be pegged to any department, which will not be pegged to any school, but which will be Ginger-based courses. Why are we saying not be pegged to department, not be pegged to school? We are avoiding the red tape here, whereby departments can set frustrate you as and when they wish. You bring a course, they say, that is ours. We want now Makerere University Ginger campus courses. On preparation, so when you say to benefit, we want to participate. And when we participate, we shall benefit, because when you go hunting, you must share on the loot. So we want to participate so that we can share on the loot. And in terms of preparation for IT, of online teaching, we are actually doing it. And when you are training on IODeL, our staff were trained. The training you gave them, our staff also received it. Whether it was enough or not enough, but they received a dose of it. And unfortunately, I don't know if you have taken the interest of going through on what is being flashed on the platforms for students to pick. I went through, I found everybody was flashing what they thought they wanted to flash. And many were just taping their notes and flashing them. Learn on yourself, which to me was not what you wanted. And at this juncture, I'd like to appreciate DICTS. We had 100 thin clients, which have been sleeping for quite a good time. But recently they came and woke them up. We are now in the process of getting licenses, operational licenses. And I saw the director Dix writing to the BASA. You see the nature of red tape we have. And I'm sure the BASA from here will go and talk to him, give us the money, give Dix the money, get the licenses. So these thin clients are operational and students can use them for online learning. And as I talk now, we are in internship, and our internship runs for 6 weeks. We tend to run for 6 weeks, whereby we are integrating online learning so that when the classes resume, the students on internship will remain in the field doing the internship, but be taught online when they are doing the internship, so that we have got that blended internship operation. And we are happy that the university recently gave us 20 computers. And from here, we are preparing a lab to receive them. And that will be a beginning of capacity building for online learning. And as you said, you are going to have 5 centers. We are praying, since these centers are distributed to the colleges, and the colleges are on campus, except my neighboring sister who is just across the valley. For us, we are up country and across the river. So our prayer is, let one of these centers be housed in Ginger. We are ready to receive it so that it can broadcast and we can teach more quite comfortably on the e-platforms. I submit.
Thank you very much, Professor Nyakana. And yes, we are happy to learn that, or to hear that you are indeed ready to participate in the development of courses and not just receiving, not just being on the receiving end. I am sure that we have taken note of that, and very soon we were just looking for this meeting to be able, for the 32 people that have been assigned to different colleges, to be able now to go and meet the principals and the college leadership to commence work. So very soon, a team will be coming to Jinja to commence the development of content. Yeah, so thank you very much for that. And we are ready to partner with you in developing our Jinja campus. Now I will go to Professor Aikire, Principal Chus, to find out a question related to the fact that Makerere University switched to emergency open distance and e-learning, or IODeL, during the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown. During this period, we all learned a number of lessons. Some of these lessons were individual, some of them were group lessons. However, as COVID-19 is subsiding, we are steadily sliding back into our old ways of doing things. How can Makerere University use the Mastercard e-learning initiative to sustain its momentum for technology-mediated teaching and learning? And as you heard the Vice Chancellor saying, during COVID-19, the DVCAA was always, he thought that he was always not sleeping. That was the momentum. So how do we sustain this momentum that is somehow fading within our institution?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for this opportunity. And also, what a great way to leap into the next century of Makerere University in terms of launching such a university-wide initiative. I think we need to congratulate ourselves as Makerere University, and also specifically congratulate you and the team, and also really recognize the steadfast role the DVC Academic Affairs has played in this what I called turbulent waters as we were sailing along. And as we celebrate, really, if any of you doesn't have a souvenir of Makerere at 100 on you, from here, pass through CTF correction, Frank Kalimuzo building, and get yourself a souvenir. At least I can see Principal Kovab, DVCAA, they have some souvenir on them. We really need to celebrate, yes, we really need to celebrate. So back to the question, I think I liked where the Principal CHS ended. If you land into the Nordic countries, there is nobody who is going to beg you, please wear a jacket, warm clothing, keep your feet warm. You're going to do it. And that is the logic of need. You don't do it, you die. So as Makerere University, as a university that has existed for 100 years and leaping into the next century, we either adopt a blended, innovative way of doing things, or we die. And I think the VC has also expressed it in terms of, is Africa going to be left behind? And of course, our issue is that we ought to actually have lessons which fit our own circumstances. And we are also able to utilize all the resources that we have to be able to move a leap forward. I would like to draw from one of the things that we thought we could not do, and that was internship. I think the management of the university took a leap of faith and said, let us move on and facilitate a blended mode of learning. And in that case, of course, as usual, there were people who quickly adopted. There are those who were hesitant, and there were open resistance. In the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, we had those who said, for us, we are retired generals, these things of e-learning, we cannot do it. How can you teach theory online? How can you teach dance online or journalism? All these things were on the table. But I think it took also a leap of faith and continuous dialogue at all levels, in Senate, in academic boards, to say that, members, this is what we must do. We have no choice. And in the end, actually, it shows that it actually pays to be flexible and open. So the issue of internship, I think for me, gives us a very critical lesson that we can take into the next phase of our conversation around e-learning and blended learning. Of course, the conventional internship is that somebody has to be physically in a setting, either community, organization, and so on. And now that the physical aspect was completely absent, and that we had to actually complete the learning cycle of a student, there was a really critical conversation on how do you actually innovate around internship. And it took a Senate decision, but here I would really like to recognize the energy that the DVC Academic Affairs invested in this issue. And that actually, that also enabled the Minister of Finance to recognize that you can actually fund activities in a different way, because otherwise that funding was going to be frozen. And as you know, the funding politics of the country, of government, once a code is frozen, it is very difficult to actually unfreeze it. So in a way, the opportunity that was given to colleges to say, now that we are here, we have to survive, we have to do internship. Give us the modes of internship. And that participatory approach to alternative modes of learning and how e-learning could be integrated into the internship exercise is a great lesson that we can move forward. And I think also the other lesson is that this stick and carrot approach actually works. We must develop a system that makes resisting e-learning or blended learning very risky, but also demonstrate the carrot. Many of the lecturers who had actually resisted e-learning, at the time of exams, students were struggling with just a mere email, sending an email. In the 21st century, you have a third-year student who cannot send an email. What kind of university education is that? I think that opened our eyes to say, no, actually, we are the beneficiaries. And I think as of now, the students are also able to actually interact, and even globally, they can send an attachment. I receive students now who see scholarships, and they're able to say, okay, I can attach this and send it to you. And somehow the view that this is impossible has changed, and we just need to sustain the momentum. Thank you very much.
Very much. It echoed the issue that technology is going to replace teachers, but teachers who can't use technology will be phased out. Be flexible, and that we should be able to employ both carrot and a stick as we try to see how we can be able to embrace. Now, time is running out, but I had wanted each one of you to give some parting shots on some specific questions that I want to pose to my principal, College of Education and External Studies. In 5 to 10 years to come, students joining the university will be those that have attended the new lower secondary school curriculum. One of the things that this curriculum emphasizes so much is integration of ICTs in teaching and learning and being student-centered, student-centeredness. How will Makerere University prepare for these kinds of learners that are used to student-centered working, and probably Makerere may not be used to that form of curriculum? How are we going to ready ourselves for that?
Thank you.
1 minute.
Thank you very much. We have to totally change our pedagogical terrain. The way we teach, the way we handle students, and incorporating other new subjects like critical thinking, innovative pedagogy, etc. Otherwise, it will be very hard for a student who has learned critical thinking to come to a lecture where the lecturer recites and reads notes like reading a Bible or a Quran or something like that. So somehow we have to change the way we look at things, and we manage time. The business of running around, shouting and so forth as staff has to stop. Thank you very much.
Principal, College of Computing. One of the Makerere University is committed to providing transformative and innovative teaching, learning, research, and services responsive to dynamic national and global needs. And so we want to find out, how will Makerere University leverage on this support from Mastercard Foundation to fulfill this mission, or to fulfill this mission of transformative and innovative teaching and research? In 1 minute.
Thank you very much. The issue regarding teaching that is transformative relates to being kept on your feet. You see, if you're the old school teacher, you'd want to refer back to your notes that you used 10 years ago. But the world we live in now is very different. A lot of things change very quickly. Say, for example, artificial intelligence. It started about 30 years ago, but is not in the same format that it is right now. So in order to be on our feet, we have to constantly innovate and change how we teach. I think that is very critical in winning the future. If we just sit back and say your work is done, you're in trouble. Okay? But if you're very dynamic in your teaching approaches and you're able to cope and adapt with the times, then you'll be a very successful teacher. Thank you.
Now we go to College of Health Sciences and on STEM still. What would you recommend the university should do to increase uptake of these transformative teaching and learning approaches within STEM subjects, not necessarily in College of Health Sciences, but even in my colleague, Dr. or Professor Ireta's college, Professor Henry Renate's college, College of a College of Veterinary Medicine, Professor, and these other College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. What more should we do to ensure that we can increase the uptake of online or blended education in these colleges? In 1 minute.
Okay, thank you very much. Increasing uptake. First of all, let us create the environment so that people who are here are forced to take it up. So if each college can have this environment supported by the institution, I'll just give one example. We decided to put Wi-Fi and so that all the areas of the college are covered, including the gardens and what. But now you are working at 5 p.m., at 6 p.m., at 8 p.m. You find students sitting outside in the gardens, studying and discussion group. We didn't tell them you sit down in the gardens, but because the internet was there, they follow it. So let's put the facilities in place with supportive policies. The students will follow it. A video conferencing room like this one, many times in many colleges, if you have it, it is locked, kept as a treasure, and people can't get in. But if it is there and it is open, there's someone to man it. People will come in and out. It is not the treasure that you lock and only wait for the video conferencing seminar that you're going to have by the VC. So let's access these facilities and students will be able to change.
Thank you very much. Supportive environment, indeed. My colleague, Michael Walimba here will tell you that when I was doing my postgraduate diploma in education at the University of Cape Town, we used to go to the library, and the library had beds. So that's a supportive environment that when you are reading, sometimes you feel like I want to doze a little bit. And you can go to the floor where there are beds for you to rest a little bit and doze off a little bit. So that is just an exemplification of a supportive environment. Enable the students to learn. Because if you do that in Uganda, people will say, hey, you are setting up a bed in a library. But this is simply about supporting the learning process. So I will go to our senior colleague from Makerere University Jinja campus. Our sister countries like Tanzania, Zambia, Namibia, and so on have what we call open universities. And in these open universities, that's where you find all these pedagogies, online, distance, and so on. Do you think that Uganda is ripe for an open university? And if yes, why? If no, why? 1 minute.
Thank you, moderator. I think an open university, as the name says, open. Offer any course, anybody, using any method of teaching. I think we have overdelayed in having an open university, because what do we miss or what do we lack as not to have an open university? I was an external examiner at the Open University of Tanzania for 3 years, and I found what they have in terms of teaching space, teaching facilities, we have it here in Uganda. After all, the Open University students are many a time outside, not on campus, and for example, I wouldn't mind if Jinja campus was upgraded. You know, Makerere University have mothered, I don't know whether mothered is the right word, or fathered, mothered and fathered. Most of these other institutions, when you look at the vice chancellors in all the public universities, they all came from here. So is it possible for distance education to start thinking of extending more and more of their tentacles to Jinja campus in the mood of nurturing it to growing into an external, an open university? More especially that now, Jinja campus, sooner than later, we shall start our own construction because we have the land given to us courtesy of Jinja City. So if we have our own land, we can start developing it by Makerere. I mean, Makerere developing it as distance education, actually airlift or drag or use a train. Now the train the rail lane to the east has been improved. Use a train to shift the entire of distance education to Jinja, and from there grow the distance education into an open university. It is proper. I can see your principal shaking his head. That is the challenge we have. Which one? That's the challenge we have. Where people think it is ours. There is nothing which is ours. It belongs to all of us. We found this university here, we shall leave it. But let us add value. We should stop this holding on to what we have. So, Mr. Principal, sir, let Jinja campus take distance education and you remain in business. I submit.
That is Professor Nyakana and his energy. I wonder how energy, the energy he used to have when he was still a 30-year or 20-year-old. Even at this stage is, such a very energetic professor. And I think that's why the government must have looked at professors like Nyakana to say they should teach until they, because they are still energetic. Yeah, so I go to Professor Hikire in 1 minute. According to Makerere University strategic plan, adopting open, distance, and e-learning is one of the strategies for attaining the goal of achieving students-centered teaching and learning. How can the university spur its colleges and students' body to attain this strategy? I know you have already talked about it, but you can give your closing remarks in 1 minute.
Students who pose their own question, I thought you were going to ask about how do we spur into a research-led university?
Yes, you can still answer that question as well.
Because that's what student-centered learning is all about, that you can actually set your own question. But thank you very much. I am also happy to see members from CHUS, lecturers, college registrar, former deputy principal, who has now gone to DRGT. And I think also when we talk about students, normally in the picture, it's normally the undergraduate. And we need to actually take this to also embrace how we take on graduate students. As I said, even master's students, some of them did not know how to send an email. And we said, no, this is really an opportunity for us. This is a mirror that shows that we need to change. And so getting the colleges to embrace, I think you've started. Given that these people are seated here and others here, you're just going to remind them, remember on the time when we launched, this is where we are, and you actually committed that you would support this initiative. I think the issue is to really constantly dialogue and be able to create channels where people can innovate and also learn from each other. Thank you very much.
The other person other than the principle of the humanities, because humanities studies is a very, very interesting study, because you can bring something like this and people fail to take it up. So getting a perspective from the humanities angle on how we can be able to make inroads into the development of these courses is quite a very important aspect. Now we have spent our time successfully, and I think maybe the audience might have some few questions that they may want to target to any of the panelists here. So we shall use some 10 minutes to be able to have the audience target questions to any of the panelists here. MC, I hope you can be able to help us.
Thank you very much, moderator and our panelists. Frank Norbert Mwine is my name from COVAB. Moderator, this is a take home that we are at different wavelengths as a faculty and students at Makerere University in terms of the e-learning. And therefore, this project of Mastercard should acknowledge this matter and have innovative ways to have mitigation strategies. Some run very fast, others are in the middle, and others are absolutely laggards. Have supportive environment. It has been talked about. Who said beds? Yes, it is you, the moderator. At COVAB, we have shower rooms. That is Red Building, built in 1972. Shower rooms every floor. Incidentally, they were turned into where to put cluttered material. I'm trying to change it as a principle currently. It is enabling environment. I would urge each and every leader to have enablers in every aspect in whatever you are doing. Right off from cleanliness, painting, ICT, many issues that regards e-learning. Coming to that the hardware or ICT computers, etc., have been super emphasized. I would like to differ a little bit. We need human resource developed fully. Even if there is no further recruitment, there was an urge for recruitment in this meeting. But train the staff on the ground in the departments. That's the message I would love to give this audience. Then there is this structure e-learning towards the needs in terms of humanities and sciences. As e-learners, you see the difference. Structure them that way. I've been discussing with the DVCF and AA here, my neighbor, about how anatomy is trained in Arizona State, and also exchanged an idea how my son and my friend's son are being taught differently from how we teach here. We can bring it home here on the ground. So let's develop that. Let's have those animations and we move forward. Then another take home quickly. Develop the teaching content in a systematic way by each program. So as prepare for accreditation post-COVID pandemic emergency preparedness in teaching examination by Uganda National Council of Higher Education. This is key as a university. We don't have to superemphasize that. You heard Professor Kakol telling us anytime as this matter is out, we have again to go for accreditation. This one brings me to another point that in all curriculum development or those revisions that we are making, every program must and should have blended learning embedded in it. DVCF and A, thank you. You have always told us in Senate as leaders of this university. So that is what I can give. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those take homes. We've noted them. Yes, Principal Law.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator and the panelists. I'm Professor Christopher Mbazira, Principal, School of Law. Just a small thing from our experiences, something that we may want to investigate further and see how to invest in it. That's exams. We had online exams. I think at the end of the online or learning cycle, there must be exams or assessment of some form. But we faced a very big challenge in terms of ensuring the credibility of exams that are administered online. I know other universities have invested in technology. In our case, we've not. That is something that we need to look into seriously Otherwise, in some respects, it does not make sense that you do things online, but then you can't complete the learning cycle online because of issues of credibility of the exam. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. I'm called Burial Watch. And through you, moderator, I want to thank very nicely the panel of professors, the way they have explained to us about the e-learning. But I just have two questions. It may not go directly to the professors, but when it comes to the e-learning, I'm not seeing the component of advocacy and awareness when it comes to e-certification. We are talking more about the e-learning, and yet we still have a sector of employers who still need to see a certified stamped certificate with the ink to give you an employment. How are you going to address that? The public service, to get a job, you need to present your certified copies of your either bachelor's or a diploma. Certified means to them a blue stamp on the certification. And the second one would be on the areas of seeing how will we carry on with the e-certification at the same rate or the same recognition with the physical certifications? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Chavo Isaac Buyondo. I'm a student at COSIS and a student as well. So here, what I've seen the whole day, we've been speaking so much on introduction of the e-learning, that is bringing or setting the courses and everything, but we have not yet spoken about the implementation on the student side. I would love to speak on the student's standpoint that much as we are in the digital age where we think that the youth are all aware of how to use these things and stuff, but from personal experience, when I joined the campus in my year one, I had never heard of Zoom. And I taught myself of how to use it, and I had to teach others by, we actually made a meeting of 3 of my friends and like testing the buttons. What does this one do? Yeah, you mute. You can hear me, I can hear you. Then we had to go teach the others. So my request is, as we aim at teaching the lecturers how to provide the content, we should also aim on teaching the students how to receive the provided content. We look at students who join a campus but have never heard of these things. Let me submit.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Juliet Ntulo from the School of Dentistry. My biggest challenge as the e-learning coordinator has been to convince my colleagues to appreciate the change in attitude. I do not know whether you have any plan, because it will ease the implementation of what is ahead of us. Thank you.
I think let's also have someone from this side. Two people.
Thank you so much. My name is Elizabeth Rabu. I'm an advocate for persons with disabilities, and I love technology so much. As we talked about inclusivity as one of the considerations on this project, I would like to ask, are we going to have a resource center? Because I could imagine we have different category of students with disabilities, and this would be such a nice project to have a resource center where the learners with disabilities can have a one-go stop and access different assistive technologies to make their learning easier. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Name is Gardner Arach. I'm a lawyer by profession with a PhD in international trade law from Lund, and also second master's in neuroscience in education from University of California. I want to thank the panelists for the good work that they are doing when it comes to learning and the facilities they're putting in place. But we know for a fact that learning itself is a skill, and nobody comes out to teach us about learning. And we know that you cannot think unless you have the information, or if you want data. And we are very comfortable to say that we want our students to think outside the box. But I'm very sure today, if the panelists and the people that are in charge, if we can focus more on how we can train our learners on how to learn, that means they'll be able to learn anything they desire. You can put these facilities into place and create the environment. But if they do not know how, they'll mistake access to information, because most of the learners we know of, the professors can testify. They come, they have good written papers, but they cannot even go up and defend them. Not because they do not know, but it's copy paste. We know where it's going. So I urge, and I think if we could take up the learnability and incorporate it in our facilities, then we are giving the learners a platform on how to think outside the box. Thank you very much.
Chair, just two more burning ones, one from here and then the other lady.
Keeper, so.
Okay, only two.
Thank you, Chair. Joe Bagabe is my name. I'm from COSIS, Coordinator, School of Computing and Informatics Technology. Mine is a request to University Management, Professor Kakumba and team. A couple of times, such initiatives come and we are invited, we come and train people, we support them, and within 1 year or two, even one semester, it's gone. So I'm one of the 32 people that are the champions, and I'm hoping to do a lot of work with my team in the courses to train them, to make sure the courses are created. Now, when you call these people to come and be trained, some will take it like a joke, and yet you have prepared a lot to train them. So I'm requesting management, whether it comes out as a policy, to push these guys, my fellow colleagues, so that if it means developing a course, let it be a policy that it has to be developed to a given standard, and failure to do so, there is something to be done. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I want to commend the PI about this very important program which you have initiated. My name's Ahawa Naloga. I'm the acting head of department in Department of Pathology in the School of Biomedical Sciences. Today, I'm here in the shoes of our dean, Professor Joroba Moses. What I really want to request from the PI is I want you to put our school at the forefront of the people who benefit from the training. The reason is I'm one of the people who have embraced these technology things. I like changes, but most of the staff there, they are very, very, as one from dentistry said, they are very, very negative. The reason is we lack training. I was also as negative as they are until I participated in the IODeL training, which you carried on with Godfrey and the others through Professor Chiguli's program. But it opened my eyes. I also want to add on what Professor Twine said, that if anatomy can be taught online, it's very, very, very important to put at least a program to come down to the School of Biomedical Sciences, because that's where the vast of online teaching goes, very big classes. Right now, I have a class I'm coordinating, and it's about 300 students. But the other day, when I made a program, one of the lecturers was requesting to use my laptop to present because his had crashed. Mine is also at the verge of crashing. So all those are things which it keeps blacking out on and off. It doesn't charge most of the times. So those are the difficulties we are having down on underground to do online teaching. It's very, very good if you come as an individual and look, or you send your team. This out of the 32, I hope there's one who has been trained in the School of Biomedical Sciences, so that at least we can be at the same pace with the others. Thank you very much.
Finally.
Thank you. Mine is just a brief one. Beyond Tingo Alfred, beyond the 18 months, what next? We have donor funds coming. We have the $2 million. After we have set all these facilities, will government or will Makerere sustain it? Because we know that probably one of the miracles happening in the College of Health Sciences is because of heavy donor funding. And even in computer science, there's heavy donor funding. Beyond the donor funding, do we have capacity to maintain this momentum up to the end? That's my request. Thank you.
I recall that they talked about a sustainability program for this e-learning initiative, but Professor Muyinda will ably handle. Moderator, permit me to hand over back to you.
I think most of these questions were not mine. They were questions to the DVCAA and yes, questions to the DVCAA and to the panelists. So the ones that will be left over are the ones that I will answer. So DVCAA, since we developed this initiative together with you, these are your questions. You can.
Thanks very much, Professor Muyinda. This is the beauty of technology. As I was attending this, I was also attending. But I'm glad to report that I have very, very well listened to the issues raised by the panel, but also the issues raised by the members. Yeah, just quickly, if we want to give assurance to the members attending this launch that the sustainability, this is a phase, it was one of the issues that were raised in the competitive proposal. This grant from Mastercard was not just dawned on Makerere, like Makerere, where are you? Here we are, then have this. It was competitive. And one of the areas that we had to demonstrate very, very strongly is the sustainability. After 18 months, that's a very, very wonderful question. And one of the issues that we have emphasized, one of them is policy, because policy engraves programs and systems. It becomes the fortress that can help to sustain, even beyond individuals. Because, you know, we were good. All what we are seeing has come into, you know, our success, if we may say, because largely in 2015, we thought about having the IODeL policy and also establishing the institution. We have the institution of IODeL now that we are trying to emphasize as much as possible to receive a budget from the university every year. IODeL as an institute to have its own budget, such that it becomes, it is promoted, it moves away from being a simple teaching unit under SEAS. The people there, the academic staff, they will continue doing their academic teaching and learning through the school and the College of Education, approval of marks, teaching of the program and what have you. But you want the IODeL to also play another bit as a university-wide institution that can mainstream ODeL. And that is very, very, very important. And that's where we have supported them, and we are continuing to do that as sustainability. But also secondly, the training, the capacity development has been very, very important. This team has received the certified training. The latest one is from Arizona. But we are saying that these are our champions that will continue to provide continuous, you know, teaching and facilitation and appreciation of the the methodologies of utilizing digital technologies to all the subject experts. Because remember, these IODeL colleagues or the champions, they are not specialists in the disciplines. So, but they are going to work with the subject what? Experts. The moment you have retooled and empowered the subject expert with the techniques and the tools of developing e-content, then you have done really a great deal. Now, a student raised a very, very pertinent question. How about the students? Again, we are tasking our IODeL as the university-wide entity or organ that will continue to organize schemes and workshops, working with the coordinators of each school, the e-learning coordinators, to ensure, and the Students Guild, to ensure that the students have regular and continuous programs that will enable them to uptake, okay, the e-learning. We are not saying that e-learning comes, then there will be a stop to physical. No, that's not happening. We are using the term blended. But because this is a project that is really targeting the institutionalizing and the building of capacity, infrastructure, and human capacity for the e-learning, that's why we are talking about it today. But the university policy is clear. Senate has passed it, Council has approved it. It's blended learning. And the timetables will be indicated that for such, I have 15 lectures with the class, 7 of them will be handled in this mode. Let it be clear on the timetable so that the students know that for this, I have seen students, I have my daughter is in the CHS. But they say there are lectures that are today, the other day, we are not going to have lectures physically, especially the biomedical sciences, the basic health sciences, the first year, second year, third year, the preclinical. A lot of it today with the CHS. I want to appreciate the principal here. People were saying, how do you teach clinicians or medical people, using online and e-learning? CHS has demonstrated the attitude thing that Dr. Namaalwa talked about, and from dentistry, that is a process, like Professor Hitire said, we need to utilize also the blend, okay, continuous engagement, continuous sensitization, but also putting it with the policy and combining the carrot and the stick. I think that's what will help us. But as a university, like the VC said here, we don't have any alternative. This is where the world has gone. We shall continue having face-to-face for the very good reasons that Professor Yana articulated, that you need the group engagement, the sharing, but at the same time, you'll also need this delivery so that you can tap the benefits of the two. You have some time to engage in class. The human interface with the teacher is important. That classroom experience, we are not negating it completely, but we'll also need that one. The little I was sharing with Professor Muyinda here, the principal of COVAP, I visited one of the SUNYs, State University of New York. I was hosted there as a fellow. Now, the way they teach pharmacy, they teach dentistry, they have simulated. And I wanted to find out from the champions who were trained, if Arizona gave you the dose on how to design these prototypes, simulations, the computer generated and aided illustrations. You see the heart is there, you see the kidney is there, you see the liver, you see the lungs on computer. And the student will get even a cursor and try to cut the vessel and see how blood is coming out and see how the organs are there. People are learning with the visual. They are seeing them. It's a good alternative to cutting. The cutting of the rabbits, of the animals for learning, that one is okay. It can be done as they do it. But these people have advanced to a level of developing this e-learning content that is visually, the visual aids. You see a prototype, you see a real heart, you see the arteries, the veins, pumping blood, others are taking in, you see the oxygenated blood moving, going to the rest of the body, you see the oxygenated blood coming out. Now, I'm not a scientist, but I saw these things at Binghamton at the State University of New York when people were studying medicine, studying the drugs and how to make them, and they are mixing all of these, the mixing of the chemicals and what? has also moved it to a level where they will do this content of this amount, of this quantity, of this you mix with this, the formula comes out, and then the thing can also, tick and assess them. So I wanted to find out from the Arizona engagement of the champions, because for me, the image I have, the vision I have, is the e-learning content that can enable everybody, including the practical, the visuals, all to be seen. So we have on-body sessions for the students community. Okay, the onboarding will also be taken care of, but there is also the content to be adopted for students with hearing and visual impairment. It's part of this project. That's what we call the e-learning support services. There is the curricula that is going to be developed for material specifically targeting students with disabilities. And even within this project, you have the individual for 18 months, the expert and the consultants to be engaged to do that. We shall have a developed, a book. The output, you will see that book that can be used for further training and engagement of students with disabilities in terms of e-learning. There is also the psychosocial support as part of it. So it's not just the expert discipline subjects. It incorporates all of these other areas. But the bottom line is that, like Professor Nakanjako said, the attitude must be, and I like that positivity, because many things that, how can you teach medical doctors and what? But if medical doctors today are embracing it, and we have seen it elsewhere in the world. So it's just the attitude and the attitude. That's the only barrier that we need to deal with, and we shall have a multifaceted approach, utilizing both the carrot and stick. I thought that's a little.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I thought the DVC would blow his own trumpet. And the VC, there is a partnership between Makerere and Stanbic Bank for the student and staff laptops. Because in the past, there was a belief that there's only science, medicine students who need laptops. But COVID showed that all students need laptops. Probably what we can do is to negotiate more to make these laptops slightly cheaper. But again, when we carried out a study and discovered that 90% of our students have these touch phones. And touch phones are mini computers. So what we need and what he has done, create an app, a self-help app for students to learn how to teach themselves online. Because we are having teachers who are going in the field but are facing things we never taught them because the world is dynamic. That's what I wanted to remind the VC, that please blow your trumpet. You gave us the laptops, and that is a very good innovation. Thank you very much.
I want to give a comment on effective collaboration, because like the DVC mentioned, there are collaborators of us that have all these things developed, and they come to us to fill in the missing piece. The missing piece is, how do I touch the patient? And that is what we have, and we don't have the others. But sometimes the collaboration is not very effective, because for us, we are not able to invest enough to send our students there, our faculty there for long enough to get what we do not have here. So if we collaborate effectively, then we can all support each other in growing in this blended learning approach. So staff mobility programs and faculty mobility programs should be very much encouraged. But there's certainly a lot we have. For example, a doctor in the US does not really practice to see a patient until after 8 years. But ours will see the patient after 5 years. Why? Because they reach the patient earlier. So if we add on this blended, we can even make it much better. So the other comment I had was on assessment. Assessment in the blended learning has to be different. And we need to give ourselves time to learn this assessment. Many of these universities we are looking at and envying. By the time someone goes for a final exam, they already know I am going to pass this exam or I'm going to fail this exam. Why? Because I have my weekly mark. I'm just going to get 10% of what I am going to get. So if we embed assessment in the training, it will not be like someone cheated an online exam and everything ended. No, you already have different modes of assessment, and also security for these needs to be improved. About the learning of students, yes, we endeavor to teach the students, but students should not take this as an isolated event. I know many who can make TikTok videos even before they had any workshops. So this is not an isolated event, and I liked the example the student gave us. That is worth to be my student. You don't know Zoom, you go online, you download, you teach your friends. For us, that's what we teach, problem-based learning. Now we have taught you how to learn. You're not going to find a 2-hour session. Now this is how you do Zoom. That one is maybe for kindergarten. Otherwise, you come to discuss and say, how do I upload? I uploaded this and it was big size. Those are the things now we are talking about, not how you create an account and how you do that. So let's continue the learning on our side. Someone talked about certification with seals. Yes, our job is to make life efficient. We are not going to say you don't need your sealed certificate because people are going to forge them. But what happens then online learning system, they give you your e-certificate and they mail you your certificate. You don't have to go and sit for it and wait at the transcript office for 2 days to get it. So they will still have their seals, but they can be mailed to you and you still have the e-learning ones. So we need to invest some of these things, Professor, you are talking about these simulations. They are developed within the institutions. They get 3D printing, they simulate
live. This period, Nigeria kind of lead the panelists, management members and principals to the serving point. Then the rest of us, let us just give it 5 minutes. Then we will also be guided on how to proceed to the serving points. Later, dear panelists, principals, and university management members, kindly follow Ms. Harriet Nachemba for lunch. Over this side. And then the rest of us, just give it a couple minutes, then we will also follow. We thank you for staying with us from 8:30 a.m. till I think it's coming to 2 p.m. Thank you for being a very attentive audience. And I'm glad that we have lunch prepared and ready. Okay, now that we have the panelists, the principals, and management members at the serving point, may I also request that we join the team so that we have lunch. Thank you very much.